Tonight, some stories begin with a single choice that seems small but is never forgotten, a life that turns away from what truly matters, a heart that breaks under a loss it cannot accept, a pride that steps too far and falls beyond return, and a voice that speaks too late after everything is already gone. Some regret, some understand, but no one escapes what they have done. So just listen and let these quiet, strange, and haunting stories carry you into sleep. Anne Lisbeth's complexion was like peaches and cream. Her eyes were bright, her teeth shiny white. She was young, gay, and beautiful to look upon. Her steps were light, and her mind was even lighter. What would come of all this? That awful brat, people said about her baby. And indeed, he wasn't pretty, so he was left with the ditch digger's wife. Anne Lisbeth went into service in the Count's castle. There she sat in a magnificent room, dressed in silk and velvet. Not a breath of wind was allowed to blow on her, nor anyone to speak a harsh word to her. She was nurse to the Count's child, who was as beloved as a prince, beautiful as an angel. How she loved him. Her own child was provided for in the ditch digger's house, where his wife's temper boiled over more often than her pot. Sometimes the child was left alone all day long and cried. But what nobody hears doesn't bother anyone. He cried himself to sleep, and in sleep there is neither hunger nor thirst. Sleep is such a good invention. Ill weeds grow fast, says the proverb. And Anne Lisbeth's boy did indeed shoot up rapidly. It was as if he had taken root in the ditch digger's household. His mother had paid for his upbringing and considered herself well rid of him. She was a city lady, now was well provided for, and whenever she went out, she was beautifully dressed. But she never went to see her son at the ditch diggers. That was too far from the city, and there was no reason for her to go there anyway. The boy was theirs, and now they decided it was time for him to earn his keep. So he found work tending Mads Jensen's red cow. The watchdog at Blegdam Manor sits proudly on top of its house in the sunshine, barking at passers-by. But in rainy weather, it lies warm and dry inside its kennel. Anne Lisbeth's boy sat at the edge of a ditch in the sunshine, whittling sticks or watching 3 blossoming strawberry plants. He hoped they would soon turn into berries. That was his happiest thought. But the berries never ripened. Through sunshine or showers, he sat there. He was often soaked to the skin, but the cold wind soon dried his clothes on his body. Whenever he went to the farmyard, he received only kicks and cuffs, and was called stupid and ugly. He was used to that. Nobody loved him. How did Lisbeth's boy get along? How could he under such circumstances? It was his fate never to be loved. At last, he was literally pushed off the earth and sent to sea in a wretched little sailing vessel. Here he took the helm while the skipper drank. A frost-bitten, shabby-looking little boy, and always hungry. One would think he never had enough to eat, and that really was the case. It was late in the autumn, wet, raw, stormy weather, with a wind that cut through the warmest clothing, especially out at sea. A miserable little vessel with one sail drove on before the wind. It had a crew of 2 men, or rather, a man and a half, the skipper and his boy. All day the light had been no brighter than twilight. Now it grew still darker, and it was bitterly cold. The skipper brought forth a bottle and a glass, and took a swallow to warm himself up. The top of the glass was whole, but its foot had been broken off, so instead it had a little piece of wood painted blue to stand on. A drink is a great comfort, and 2 are even better. The boy was at the helm, holding it with rough, tarred hands, a wretched, shrinking form with unkempt hair. It was the ditch digger's boy, registered in the parish records as the son of Lisbeth. The wind drove the ship hard before it. The sail bellied out before the power of the wind. It was rough and wet everywhere, and it might soon be even worse. Stop. What was that? What crashed? What sprang up? What grasped the little vessel? The boat whirled around. Was it a waterspout or a tidal wave? The boy at the helm screamed, "Lord Jesus, save us!" The vessel had struck on a great rock, and it sank like a waterlogged old shoe in a duck pond, sank with man and mouse, as the saying goes. There were mice on board, but only a man and a half, the skipper and the ditch digger's boy. No one saw it, save the screaming gulls above and the darting fishes beneath, and these hardly saw it clearly, for they fled in terror when the water poured into the doomed vessel. There it lay, scarcely a fathom below the water, and the 2 were drowned and forgotten. Only the glass was left, for the blue wooden block kept it afloat, and it drifted onto the shore. Where and when, that is of no consequence. That old broken glass had been useful, and had been loved too, in a way, which Anne Lisbeth's son had never been. However, in the kingdom of heaven, no soul shall ever have cause to sigh, never loved. Anne Lisbeth, meanwhile, had been living for several years in a large town. She was addressed as Madam, and always held herself very proudly when she spoke of olden times, of the times when she rode in a carriage and talked with countesses and baronesses. And she talked of her foster child, that sweetest of little angels, and how he had loved her, and she had loved him, how they had kissed and caressed each other, for he was her pride and joy. Now he was tall, 14 years old, a bright, beautiful boy. She hadn't seen him since the time she carried him in her arms. For many years, she had not been at the Count's castle, which was a long journey away. But I must find a way to get there someday, said Anne Lisbeth. I must see my sweet young Count again. He must be missing me and loving me as he did when his angelic little arms clung around my neck, and he said, Anne Lis, as sweet as a violin. Ah, yes, I must make short work of it and see him again. So she made the long trip, partly on foot and partly by wagon. The castle was as magnificent and the gardens as lovely as ever, but the servants were all new to her, and not one of them knew Anne Lisbeth, or what she had once meant there. But the Countess would tell them, she thought, and her own boy, how she longed for him. Now Anne Lisbeth was finally here, but they kept her waiting a long time. At last, just before the household went to dinner, she was called in. The Countess spoke to her very courteously and promised that after dinner she should see her beloved boy. So she had to wait for another summons. How tall, thin, and lanky he had grown, but he still had his beautiful eyes and angelic mouth, and he looked straight at her without a word. Certainly, he had no recollection of her. He turned to go, but she caught his hand and pressed it to her lips. All right, he said, that's enough. And then he left the room. The ungrateful young nobleman, whom she had loved above all on earth, and had made the pride of her life. So Anne Lisbeth left the castle and made her way homeward along the highway. She was very sorrowful. He had been so stunned and strange to her, without a word or thought. For her, he whom she had once carried in her arms, night and day, and always had carried in her heart. Then a huge black raven flew down and alighted on the road just in front of her and croaked again and again. "Oh, what bird of ill omen are you?" she said as she passed the ditch digger's house. His wife was standing in the doorway, and they spoke to one another. "How robust you look," said the ditch digger's wife. "You are plump and stout. Everything must be going well with you." "Pretty well," replied Lisbeth. "The boat went down with them," said the ditch digger's wife. "Skipper Lars and your boy were both drowned, so that ends that. But I hoped that the boy would have lived to help me out from time to time with a little money. He hasn't cost you anything for a long while, you know, Lisbeth." "Drowned, are they?" repeated Lisbeth, and then said nothing more on that subject. Lisbeth was heartsick because the young count wouldn't speak to her, she who loved him so, and had taken that long trip to see him. The journey had also been expensive. The pleasure it had brought her was little indeed. But she didn't say a word about it. She wouldn't lighten her mind by talking about it to the ditch digger's wife, who might think she was no longer welcome at the Count's castle. While they were talking, the raven again flew screaming over her head. "That ugly black thing," said Lisbeth. "That's the second time it's frightened me today." She had brought some coffee beans and chicory with her. It would be a kindness to the ditch digger's wife to give these to her and share a cup with her. While the old woman went to make the coffee, Lisbeth sat down and soon fell asleep. Strangely enough, she dreamed of one whom she had never seen in her dreams before. Her own child, who in that very house had hungered and wept, who had been kicked about in heat and cold, and who now lay deep below the sea, the good Lord only knew where. She dreamed that even as she sat there, waiting for the coffee and smelling the fragrance drifting into her from the kitchen, a shining little angel, beautiful as the young count stood in the doorway and spoke to her. "The end of the world is come," said the little angel. "Hold fast to me, for you are still my mother. You have an angel in paradise. Hold fast to me." Then he took hold of her, and at that very moment there came a tremendous crash, as though the whole world were bursting into pieces. And as the angel rose in the air, holding her tightly by her sleeves, she felt herself lifted from the ground. But then something heavy clung to her feet and dragged her down. It was as if 100 other women were holding tightly to her, screaming, "If you are to be saved, we must be saved too. Hold fast, hold fast." And then they all clung to her. The weight was too heavy. Rich Ratch, her sleeves were split, and she fell down in terror and awoke. Her head was so dizzy, she nearly fell off the chair where she was sitting. She could not understand her dream clearly, but she felt it foretold evil for her. They had their coffee and talked for a while. Then Lisbeth walked on to the nearest village where she was to meet the carrier and drive home with him that evening. But when she got there, the carrier told her he couldn't start until the following evening. She thought it over, what it would cost her to stay there, the length of the distance home, and realized that if she went along the seashore instead of by road, it would be nearly 2 miles shorter. It was clear weather, and the moon was at the full. And so Lisbeth decided to go at once. She could be home the next day. The sun had set. The vesper bells were still ringing. No, it was not the bells, but Peter Ox's frogs croaking in their pond. Soon they too were silent, and then all was still. No bird raised its voice, for all were at rest, and it seemed the owl was not at home. The hush of death settled over forest and shore. She could hear her own footsteps in the sand. No wave disturbed the sea. The deep waters were at peace. Everywhere was silence. Silence among the living and the dead. Lisbeth walked on, not thinking of anything in particular, as we say. Yet, though she was not conscious of it, her thoughts were busy within her, as they always are within all of us. They lie asleep inside us, thoughts that have already shaped themselves into action, and thoughts that have never yet stirred. There they lie still, and someday they will come forth. It is written, "The labor of righteousness is peace." And again, it is written, "The wages of sin are death." Much has been said and written that one does not know, or as it was with Lisbeth, does not remember. But such things can appear before one's subconscious self can come to mind, though one is unaware of it. The germs of vice and virtues are alive deep in our hearts, in yours and mine. They lurk like tiny, invisible seeds. There comes a ray of sunshine or the touch of an evil hand. You turn to the right or to the left, and the little seed quivers into life, puts forth shoots, and pours its life throughout all the veins. walking in a daydream, one may be unconscious of many painful thoughts, but they have their being within us all the same. Thus, Lisbeth walked as if in a daydream, but her thoughts lived within her. From Candlemas to Candlemas, the heart has much written upon it, even the record of the whole year. Many sins are forgotten, sins in word or thought, sins against God, or our neighbor, or our own conscience. We think not of them, nor did Lisbeth. She had broken no laws of the land. She knew that she was popular, esteemed, even respected. Now, as she walked along the shore, suddenly something made her start and stand still. What was it? Only an old man's hat. Where could that have been washed overboard? She drew closer and looked down at it. Oh, what was that lying over there? She became very frightened, and yet it was nothing but a heap of tangled seaweed. But to her fancy, it had seemed for a moment the body of a man. As she continued on her way, she remembered many stories she had heard as a child about the old, superstitious belief in the sea ghost, the ghost of a drowned body that lay still unburied, washed by the tides on the wild seashore. The lifeless body itself could harm no one, but the sea ghost would follow a solitary wanderer, clinging fast to him and demanding to be carried to the churchyard and buried in consecrated ground. Hold on, it would cry. And as Lisbeth thought of these words, all at once there came back to her most vividly her dream, how the mothers had clung to her, screaming, "Hold fast, hold on," how the world had split beneath her, how her sleeves had been torn apart, and she had fallen from the grasp of her child, who had tried to hold her up in the hour of doom. Her child, her own flesh and blood, whom she had never loved and scarcely ever thought of, was now lying at the bottom of the sea. Any day, his body might be washed ashore, and his ghost might follow her wailing, hold on, bury me in Christian earth." Panic-stricken by this horrible thought, she ran faster and faster. Terror touched her heart with a cold, clammy finger. She was ready to faint. And as she looked upon the sea, the air grew thicker and thicker. A heavy mist fell over the scene, veiling tree and bush in strange disguises. She turned to seek for the moon behind her, and it was only a pale disk without rays. Then something heavy seemed to drag at her limbs. hold on, she thought. And when she again turned toward the moon, its white face seemed close beside her, and the mist hung like a shroud over her shoulders. Hold on, bury me in Christian earth. She could almost hear those words, and then she did hear a sound so hollow, so hoarse, not the voices of the frogs in the pond, nor the tones of the raven, for neither was nearby. But clearly she heard the dreadful words, "Bury me, bury me." Yes, it must be the ghost of her own child, who could find no rest for his soul until his body was carried to the churchyard and laid in a Christian grave. To the churchyard she would hurry. That very hour she would dig the grave, and as she turned toward the church, her burden seemed to grow lighter until it disappeared altogether. As soon as she felt that she started back to follow the short cut to her home, but once more her limbs sank beneath her, and again the terrible words rang in her ears. Hold on, hold on. It sounded like the croaking of a frog and like a wailing bird. Bury me, cold and clammy was the mist, but still colder and clammier were her hands and face under the touch of fear. A heavy weight again clung to her and seemed to drag her down. Her heart quaked with thoughts and feelings that had never stirred within her before this moment. In our northern countries, a single spring night is often enough to dress the beech wood, and in the morning, sunlight, it appears in its young, bright foliage. In 1 second, the seed of sin within us may be lifted to the light and unfolded into thoughts, words, and deeds. And thus it is when conscience is awakened, and our Lord awakens it when we least expect it, when there is no way to excuse ourselves. The deed stands open to view, bearing witness against us. Thoughts spring into words, and words ring clearly throughout the world. Then we are horrified to find what we have carried within us, that we have not overcome the evil we have sown in thoughtlessness and pride. The heart hides within itself all vices and virtues, and they grow even in the shallowest ground. Lisbeth, overwhelmed with the realization of her sin, sank to the ground and crept along for some distance. Bury me, still rang in her ears, and gladly would she have buried herself if the grave could have brought eternal forgetfulness. It was her hour of awakening, and she was full of anguish and horror. Superstition made her blood run hot and cold. Many things of which she had feared to speak came into her mind. There passed before her silently, as a shadowy cloud in the clear moonlight, a vision she had heard of before. It was a glowing chariot of fire, drawn by 4 snorting horses, with fire blazing from their eyes and nostrils, and nostrils. And inside sat a wicked nobleman, who more than a century ago had ruled here. Every midnight he rode into his courtyard and right out again. He was not pale like other ghosts. No, his face was as black as burnt coal. As he passed Lisbeth, he nodded and beckoned to her. Hold on, you may ride in a count's carriage once more and forget your child. She pulled herself together and hastened to the churchyard, but the black crosses and the black ravens mingled before her eyes. The ravens screamed as they had done that morning, but now she could understand what they were saying. I am Mother Raven. I am Mother Raven, said each of them. And Lisbeth knew the name fitted herself well. Maybe she would be changed into a huge black bird like these, and have to cry as they cried if she did not dig the grave. Then she flung herself on the ground and began frantically digging with her hands in the hard earth. She dug till the blood ran from her fingers. Bury me, bury me. Still, she heard those words, and every moment she dreaded to hear the cock crow and see the first streak of dawn in the east. For if her task were not completed before daylight, she knew she would be lost. And the cock did crow, and the light appeared in the east, and the grave was only half dug, and behold, an icy hand slid over her head and face down to her heart. A voice seemed to sigh, only half the grave, and a shadowy form drifted past her and down to the bottom of the ocean. Yes, it was indeed the sea ghost. And Lisbeth fell fainting to the earth, exhausted and overpowered, and her senses left her. When she came to, it was bright daylight, and 2 men were lifting her up. She was lying not in the churchyard, but down on the seashore, where she had been digging a deep hole in the sand, and had cut her fingers on a broken glass, the stem of which was stuck in a wooden block painted blue. Lisbeth was ill. Her conscience had spoken loudly to her that night, and superstitious terror had mingled its voice with the voice of conscience. she had no power to distinguish between them. She was now convinced that she had but half a soul, while the other half had been borne away by her child away to the bottom of the ocean, and never could she hope for the mercy of God until she again possessed the half-soul that was imprisoned in those deep waters. Anna Lisbeth went home, but she was no longer the same. Her thoughts were like tangled yarn. There was only one thread that she could clearly grasp. Just one idea possessed her, that she must carry the sea ghost to the churchyard, and there dig a grave for it. Many a night they missed her from her home, and always found her down by the shore waiting for the sea ghost. So a whole year passed, and then one night she disappeared, and this time was sought in vain. All of the following day was spent in searching for her. Toward evening, when the parish clerk entered the church to ring the bell for vespers, he found Anne Lisbeth lying before the altar. She had been here ever since dawn. Her strength was nearly gone, but her eyes were bright, and a faint rosy hue lighted her face. The last sunbeams shone down upon her, streamed over the altar, and glowed on the bright silver clasps of the Bible open at this text from the prophet Joel. Rend your heart, and not your garments, and turn unto the Lord your God. This was just by chance, said people, as so many things happen by chance. In Anne Lisbeth's face, as the setting sun shone upon it, were peace and grace. Now she was so happy, she said. Now she had won back her soul. During the past night, the spirit of her own child had been with her and had said, "You dug but half a grave for me, but now for a year and a day you have entombed me in your own heart, and that is the only proper resting place a mother can provide for her child." And then he had returned to her lost half-soul and guided her to the church. "Now I am in God's house," she said, "and only there can one be happy." When the sun had set, the soul of Anne Lisbeth had gone way, way up from this earth to where there are no fears, nor the troubles that we have here, even such as those of Anne Lisbeth. The wind tells about Valdemar Daae and his daughters. When the wind sweeps over the grass, the blades of grass ripple like the water of a lake. And when it sweeps over the cornfield, the ears of corn curl into waves like those on a lake. This is the dance of the wind. But listen to him tell the story. he sings it out. And how different his song among the trees of the forest is from his shriek through the cracks, crannies, and crevices of old walls. Watch him chase the white, fleecy clouds across the sky like a flock of sheep. Notice how he howls through the open gate as if he were the watchman blowing his horn. Strangely, he whistles through the chimney until the fire on the hearth beneath blazes up, and it is pleasant and comfortable to sit in the chamber, warmed by its glow, and listen to stories. Let only the wind himself be the storyteller. He knows more wonderful tales than all the rest of us put together. Hear now how he tells the story. Whew, 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 on, on, on. That is the theme of his song. Near the great belt there stands an old mansion with thick red walls, says the wind. I know every stone of those walls. I knew them in the olden days when they were part of Marsk Stig's castle on the promontory. They were torn down from there, but then they were built up again to form a new wall and a new mansion. This was Borreby Mansion, which stands to this day. I have seen and known all the noble men and women of many different families who have lived there. Now I shall tell you of Valdemar Daae and his daughters. He was a very proud man, for he was of royal blood. He knew more than how to hunt the stag or empty the jug. Everything will come out right, he used to say. His high-born wife walked daintily in her golden cloth garment over floors of polished mosaic. Magnificent tapestries and costly, beautifully carved furniture surrounded her. She had brought both silver and gold into the house. There was German beer in the cellar. Proud black horses neighed in the stables. Ah, Borreby Mansion was then the home of wealth. And there were children, 3 fair daughters. I can still remember their names, Ida Johanna and Anna Dorothea. These were rich folk, noble folk, born and reared in luxury. Whew, 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 on, sang the wind, and then continued his tale. Here I never saw, as in other old houses, the noble mistress turning the spinning wheel among her maidens in the great hall. She played upon the lute and sang, though not always the old Danish songs, but songs in foreign languages. There were life and gaiety here. Guests of distinction came from far and near. The sounds of music and the clinking of glasses were so loud that even I could not drown them. There was pride here, with boasting and bragging, and talk of domination, but not the blessings of our Lord. Then there was one May Day even, said the wind, when I came upon it from the west. I had seen ships wrecked on the coast of West Jutland, had hunted over the heath and the green wooded shore to Funen, and now I came over the great belt, blowing and roaring. I lay down for a rest on the coast of Zealand, quite near Borreby Mansion, where the beautiful forest of oaks still grew. The young lads of the neighborhood came out to the forest to collect the biggest and driest branches and twigs they could find. They carried them into the town, laid them in piles, set fire to them. Then the young men and girls sang as they danced around them. I lay still, said the wind. But then gently, I just touched one of the branches that had been brought by the handsomest lad of them all, and immediately his pile of wood blazed up the highest. That meant he became the leader among them, with the privilege of choosing first one of the young girls to be his own May lamb. There was a joy, a merriment such as I had never found in the rich Borreby mansion. Then there came driving toward the mansion in a gilded carriage, drawn by 6 horses, the noble lady herself with her 3 daughters, so young and so fair, 3 sweet blossoms, a rose, a lily, and a pale hyacinth. Their mother was like a proud, splendid tulip. No word of greeting did she have for the peasants who stopped their game and bowed and scraped to her. Stiff as a tulip she held herself. Yes, rose lily and pale hyacinth, I saw all 3. Whose May lambs would they become? One day I wondered. Surely their young men would be proud knights, perhaps even princes. Phew, on. So the carriage rattled past, and the peasants returned to their dance. Summer was being celebrated from one town to another, in Borreby, Gyaraby, and all the towns around. But when I rose up that same night, the high-born lady had laid herself down, never to rise again. That had come to her, which comes to all men. That is nothing new. Grave and thoughtful stood Valdemar Daae. He seemed to be saying, the proudest tree may be bowed, but not broken. The daughters wept, and all eyes in the mansion had to be dried. Lady Daae had passed on, and I then passed on. Hew, hew, hew. I came again, as I often came across Funen and the waters of the belt, and rested near Borreby, in the shelter of the beautiful oak forest. Here ospreys, wood pigeons, blue ravens, and even the black storks build their nests. It was the spring of the year, and some had eggs, while others had even young ones. How they flew, how they cried. The sound of the axe could be heard stroke after stroke. The trees were to be felled. Valdemar Daae had decided to build a ship, a great warship, with 3 decks, which the king would surely buy. And for this, the trees must fall, and the birds lose their homes. The hawk flew away in terror as his nest was destroyed. The osprey and all the other birds flew around in terrified anger, screaming of their wrath and agony. I could understand them well enough. The crows and jackdaws shrieked in scorn, caw, caw from the nests. And in the middle of the forest with the workmen stood Valdemar Daae and his 3 daughters, and they all laughed at the wild protests of the birds, all but the youngest Anna Dorothea. She was a tender-hearted child, and when an old half-dead tree on whose bare branches a black stork had built his nest was to be cut down, it saddened her so to see the helpless young ones thrusting their heads out in the terror that she begged with tears in her eyes that this one tree be spared. So the tree with the black stork's nest was left standing. There was much hammering and sawing as the 3-deck ship was being built. The master shipbuilder was a fine-looking young fellow, though of lowly birth, his eyes sparkling with life, and his brow thoughtful. Valdemar Daae liked to hear him talk, and so did little Ide. His eldest daughter, who was now 15 years old. And while he built the ship for her father, he built many a castle in the air besides, and saw himself and little Ide sitting there as man and wife. That might actually have come to pass if the castle had been of walled stone with ramparts and moat forest and gardens. But with all his skill, the builder was only a common bird. And what business did a sparrow have among a flock of cranes? Whew, whew, whew. I flew away, and he flew away, and little Ide forgot it, as forget she must. In the stable, the beautiful black horses neighed. They were worth looking at, and they were looked at. The admiral was sent by the king himself to inspect the new warship and to discuss buying it. He was loud in admiration for the splendid horses. I heard him well, said the wind. I followed the gentleman through the open stable door and scattered about their feet wisps of straw yellow as gold, gold, That was what Valdemar Daae wanted, and the admiral wanted the black horses he admired so greatly. But all their discussion came to nothing. The horses weren't bought, and neither was the ship. It was left on the shore with planks over it, a Noah's Ark that was never to float on water. Whew, whew, whew. It was a pity in the winter, when the fields were covered with snow and ice floes choked the belt. Said the wind. Flocks of black ravens and crows came and perched on the lifeless, solitary ship as it stood on the shore. The frantic old birds and the homeless young ones screamed hoarse tales about the oak forest that had been ravished, and the many wonderful nests that had been destroyed, all for the sake of this great piece of useless lumber, the proud vessel that was never to sail the seas. And I tossed and whirled the snow about until it lay thickly over the ship. I made it listen to my voice and taught it all that a storm has to say. I certainly did my part in teaching it all a ship should know of life. And winter passed away. Winter and summer passed, as they always pass, as I pass, as the snow melts, as the leaf drifts downward, as the apple blossom fades away, 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 and as people pass away. But the daughters were still young. Little-eyed was still as blooming a rose as when the shipbuilder had seen her. Often I caught hold of her long brown hair when she stood thoughtfully beside the apple tree in the garden, and she didn't notice that I shook petals down on her hair, loosening it as she gazed at the crimson sunset and the streak of golden sky through the dark bushes and trees. Her sister, Johann, was still like a lily, bright and slender, straight and tall, as stiff upon her stalk as her mother had been. She loved to linger in the great hall where the portraits of their ancestors hung. The ladies were painted wearing velvets and silk, with tiny pearl-embroidered hats set on their braids. They were beautiful ladies indeed. The men were shown in steel armor or in stiff white ruffs and rich mantles lined with squirrel fur, their swords belted to their sides, not around their waists. Johann often wondered how her own portrait would look on those same walls, and what her husband would look like. Yes, she thought about that, and talked about it to herself. I heard it as I whipped through the long gallery into the hall and whirled around again. Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, was still a very quiet child of 14, with large, thoughtful blue eyes, and the smile of childhood still lingering on her lips. Even if I could have, I would never have blown that smile away. I met her in the garden, in the narrow lane, or in the fields gathering herbs and flowers for her father to use in the wondrous potions and mixtures he used to prepare. Valdemar Daae, though haughty and conceited, was also a man of skill and great knowledge. People knew that and spoke about it. Fire burned in summer as well as winter in the fireplace in his study. His chamber door was always locked. Night and day he worked, yet he seldom spoke of his labors. He knew that the secrets of nature must be wooed secretly, and he was seeking the best secret of all: how to produce pure red gold. The smoke, therefore, rose out of the chimney continuously, and the fire crackled as it burned. I was there, sang the wind. I whistled up the chimney. Stop it, stop it, I sang through the chimney. It will all end in smoke, dust, embers, and ashes. You will burn yourself up. Whew! Stop it. But Valdemar Daae did not stop. Those superb horses in the stable, what became of them? And the fine old gold and silver in cupboards and chests, the cattle in the meadows, the mansion, and all its riches. Yes, they were all melted down in the gold-making crucible, and yet no gold came of it. Barn and granary cellar and pantry, all were empty now. The house sheltered fewer folk and more mice. One window pane was broken, another cracked, said the wind. And now I had no need to go around to the door to get in. The chimney still smoked, to be sure, not for cooking dinner, but for cooking the red gold. I blew through the courtyard gates like the watchman blowing his horn. But there was no watchman here, said the wind. I whirled the weathercock round and round, and it creaked like the snoring of the watchman. But there was no watchman. Only rats and mice were there. Poverty loaded the table and stuffed wardrobe and larder. The doors sagged from their hinges. There were chinks and cracks in plenty, so that I could go in and out at will. In the smoke and ashes, beset by sorrow and sleepless nights, Valdemar's hair and beard turned gray. His skin grew coarse and yellowish. His eyes still looked greedily for gold. The long hoped-for gold. I blew ashes and smoke into his face and beard. I whistled through the broken panes and open cracks, and blew into the daughters' chest of drawers, where they kept their clothes, which now were faded and threadbare from constant use, but which had to last them. The poor dears never had such a song as this sung at their cradles. But none save I sang any song at all in the great hall now. The life of abundance had turned into one of poverty, said the wind. I snowed them in, and it is said that snow puts one in a good humor. They had no firewood, for the forest was destroyed. There came a sharp frost, and while I sprang through holes and passages and over walls and roofs to keep myself warm, the high-born daughters huddled in bed against the cold, and their father crept beneath a covering of rude skins. Nothing to eat, nothing to burn. It was a hard lesson they had to learn. Woo, woo, woo. But Valdemar Daae couldn't learn. After winter comes the spring, he said, and after troubles come the good times. We have only to wait, wait. Now the mansion is mortgaged. Now it is high time indeed, and so we shall have gold by Easter. And then I saw him watching a spider at work, and heard him mutter, "Good, industrious little weaver, you teach me to persevere. Your web may be broken, but you only begin it again. Again, it may be torn asunder, but all undismayed, you return again and again to your work, and you are rewarded at last." Then Easter morning came, and the bells rang, and the sun shone in the heavens. He had awakened in a feverish heat. He had boiled and seethed and distilled and compounded. I heard him sigh like a lost soul, and I heard him pray. I felt that he was holding his breath. The lamp had gone out, but he did not notice it. I blew on the coals until a flame shone on his chalk-white face and lighted up those staring eyes. But then those eyes became larger and larger until they seemed about to burst. Behold the alchemistic glass. I glittered, glowing, pure and heavy. He lifted it with faltering hand. He cried with stumbling tongue, "Gold, gold." He staggered dizzy, and I could have blown him down as he stood, said the wind, but I only blew on the live coals, then followed him through the door to where his daughters sat shivering. Ashes sprinkled his beard, clung to his dress, and lay in his matted hair. He stood erect and lifted high his treasure in its fragile glass. "I've found it, I've won," he cried, gold. The glass flashed in the sunbeams as he held it high, and then lo, his hand trembled so that the alchemistic glass fell to the floor and shivered into 1,000 fragments. His last bubble had burst. And I went on away from the alchemist's home. Toward the end of that year, during the short days when the mist flings wet drops on the red berries and leafless branches, I came back in happy spirits, swept the heavens clean, and broke off the dead branches. That is not very hard work, to be sure, but it has to be done. And at the same time, there was a different sort of sweeping and cleaning out at Borreby Mansion. Valdemar Daae's old enemy, Ove Ramel of Basnes, was there with the mortgage on the mansion and all its contents. I drummed on the broken panes, beat against the ruined doors, and whistled through the cracks and chinks. Master Ove shouldn't find it pleasant to stay there. Ide and Anna Dorothea wept quietly. Johann stood pale and stately, and bit her thumb till it bled. But all that did no good. Ove Ramel generously offered to allow Mr. Daae to remain at the mansion during his lifetime, but he got no thanks for the gesture. I listened and noticed how the homeless old nobleman held his head more proudly than ever. I rushed against the mansion and the old lime trees so that the thickest branch broke off, and it wasn't a rotten one either. There it lay at the gate like a broom for sweeping out, and there was sweeping out there, you may be sure, but I had expected it. Oh, that was a day of bitterness, a sorrowful day. But with a stiff neck and a stout back, the proud man bore his burden bravely. They had nothing left except the clothes they wore and the new alchemistic glass filled with the brittle treasure that had promised so much, the fool's gold scraped up from the floor. This Valdemar Daae hid in his breast. He took his cane in his hand, and with his 3 daughters, the once rich nobleman walked out of Borreby Mansion. I blew cold upon his flaming cheeks and stroked his gray beard and long white hair to and fro as I sang as loudly as I could. Whoo, whoo, whoo. This was the end of his glory. Ide and Anne Dorothea walked on each side of him, but as Johanna crossed the threshold, she turned back. Perhaps as he gazed so wistfully at the red stones that had once made up Marsk Stig's castle. She remembered the old ballad about Marsk Stig's daughters. The elder took the younger by the hand, and forth they went to a distant land. Was she thinking of this song? Here were 3 daughters, and their father was with them. They turned off from the highway, where they had used to drive in their carriage, and made their way to Smidstrup Field, to a little shack of mud they had rented for 10 marks a year. These bare walls and empty chambers were their new mansion. Crows and jackdaws circled above their heads, screaming as if in mockery. Turned out of the nest, caw, caw, just as they had screamed in Borreby Wood when the oaks were being cut down. Mr. Daae and his daughters must have understood the cries. They were not pleasant to listen to, so I did my best to drown them out by blowing about their ears. Thus, they passed into the shack of mud on Smidstrup Field, and I passed away over field and moor, through bare hedges and leafless woods, away over open waters to other lands. Whew, whew, on, year after year. What happened to Valdemar Daae? What happened to his daughters? The wind will tell us. The last time I went to see them, I found only Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth. She was then old and bent. It was 50 years later. She had lived the longest. She knew the whole story. Across the heath, near the town of Viborg, there stood the dean's beautiful new house, with red stones and pointed gables and chimneys, always smoking busily. The gentle lady and her beautiful daughters sat on the balcony and looked out over the hanging buckthorn in the garden out to the brown heath. What did they look at there? They looked at the stork's nest on that dilapidated cottage out there. How sleek, and moss made up most of the roof, if one could call it a roof. The stork's nest covered the greater part of it, and that alone was in good condition, for the stork kept it that way. It was a house to look at, but not to touch, said the wind. I had to pass by it very gently. The hut was left there only for the sake of the stork's nest, for it was certainly no credit to the heath. The dean didn't want to drive the stork away, so the poor old woman who had lived in the hut had permission to stay there and shelter herself as well as he could. For that, she owed thanks to the queer Egyptian bird. Or was it because so many years ago she had pleaded for the nest of his wild black brother in Borreby Wood? Then she, the poor woman, was a happy child, a delicate pale hyacinth in the garden of her ancestral home. She remembered it now. Anna Dorothea forgot nothing. Oh, she sighed. Yes, humans can sigh, almost like the wind himself does among the reeds and rushes. Oh, there were no bells to ring at your funeral, Valdemar Daae. No groups of poor schoolboys sang psalms when Borreby's former master was laid to rest. Oh, but everything comes to an end, misery as well as happiness. It grieved my father, worst of all, that my sister Ide should become the wife of a peasant, a miserable peasant whom he could have punished by making him ride a hard plank. But he is at peace in the grave now, and you are with him, Ide. Oh yes, ah me, I am still here. I am old and poor. Deliver me, kind Christ. Such was the prayer of Anna Dorothea in the miserable mud hut that was allowed to stand only for the sake of the stork, the boldest and most resolute of the three sisters. I carried off myself, said the wind. She cut her clothes like a man's, disguised herself as a poor lad, and went into service as a sailor. She was sparing of speech, cross-looking, but quick at her work, although she couldn't climb the mast. So one night, I blew her overboard before anyone found out she was a woman. And I think that was the right thing to do. It was another Easter morning, bright as that morning when Valdemar Daae thought he had found the gold. Among those tumble-down walls, beneath the stork's nest, I could hear a faint voice chanting a psalm. It was Anna Dorothea's last hymn. There was no window with glass, only a hole in the wall. But the sun set itself there like a lump of gold, and as she gazed on its glory, her heart broke and her eyes grew fixed. The stork had given her shelter to the day of her death. I sang at her funeral, said the wind, as I had sung at her father's. I know where his grave is, and her grave, but no one else knows. Now, there are new times, changed times. The old highway is lost in the fields. Old cemeteries have been made into new roads, and soon the steam engine, with its row of cars, will come to rush over the forgotten graves of unknown ancestors. Whew, 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 on. And that's the story of Valdemar Daae and his daughters. Tell it better, you people, if you think you can, said the wind, then veered around. He was gone. Ole the Tower-Keeper. In the world, it's always going up and down. And now, I can't go up any higher. So said Ole the Tower-Keeper. Most people have to try both the ups and the downs. And rightly considered, we all get to be watchmen at last, and look down upon life from a height. Such was the speech of Ole, my friend, the old tower-keeper, a strange, talkative old fellow who seemed to speak out everything that came into his head, and who, for all that, had many a serious thought deep in his heart. Yes, he was the child of respectable people, and there were even some who said that he was the son of a privy councillor, or that he might have been. He had studied too, and had been assistant teacher and deputy clerk. But of what service was all that to him? In those days, he lived in the clerk's house and was to have everything in the house, to be at free quarters, as the saying is. But he was still, so to speak, a fine young gentleman. He wanted to have his boots cleaned with patent blacking, and the clerk could only afford ordinary grease. And upon that point they split. One spoke of stinginess, the other of vanity, and the blacking became the black cause of enmity between them, and at last they parted. This is what he demanded of the world in general, namely, patent blacking, and he got nothing but grease. Accordingly, he at last drew back from all men and became a hermit. But the church tower is the only place in a great city where hermitage office and bread can be found together. So he betook himself up thither and smoked his pipe as he made his solitary rounds. He looked upward and downward, and had his own thoughts, and told in his own way of what he read in books and in himself. I often lent him books, good books, and you may know by the company he keeps. He loved neither the English governess novels nor the French ones, which he called a mixture of empty wind and raisin stalks. He wanted biographies and descriptions of the wonders of the world. I visited him at least once a year, generally directly after New Year's Day, and then he always spoke of this and that, which the change of the year had put into his head. I will tell the story of 3 of these visits, and will reproduce his own words whenever I can remember them. First visit. Among the books which I had lately lent Ole was one which had greatly rejoiced and occupied him. It was a geological book containing an account of the boulders. Yes, they're rare old fellows, those boulders, he said. And to think that we should pass them without noticing them, and over the street, pavement, the paving stones, those fragments of the oldest remains of antiquity, one walks without ever thinking about them. I have done the very thing myself. But now I look respectfully at every paving stone. Many thanks for the book. It has filled me with thought and has made me long to read more on the subject. The romance of the earth is, after all, the most wonderful of all romances. It's a pity one can't read the first volume of it, because it is written in a language that we don't understand. One must read in the different strata in the pebble stones for each separate period. Yes, it is a romance, a very wonderful romance, and we all have our place in it. We grope and ferret about, and yet remain where we are. But the ball keeps turning without emptying the ocean over us. The clod on which we move about holds and does not let us through. And then it's a story that has been acting for thousands upon thousands of years and is still going on. My best thanks for the book about the boulders. Those are fellows, indeed. They could tell us something worth hearing if they only knew how to talk. It's really a pleasure now and then to become a mere nothing, especially when a man is as highly placed as I am. And then to think that we all, even with patent lacquer, are nothing more than of a moment on that ant-hill, the earth, though we may be infants with stars and garters, places and offices. One feels quite a novice beside these venerable million-year-old boulders. On last New Year's Eve, I was reading the book and had lost myself in it so completely that I forgot my usual New Year's diversion, namely the wild hunt to Amak. You don't know what that is? The journey of the witches on broomsticks is well enough known. That journey is taken on St. John's Eve to the Brocken. But we have a wild journey also, which is national and modern, and that is the journey to Amak on the night of the New Year. All indifferent poets and poetesses, musicians, newspaper writers, and artistic notabilities, I mean those who are no good, ride in the New Year's night through the air to Amak. They sit backwards on their painting brushes or quill pens, for steel pens won't bear them. They're too stiff. As I told you, I see that every New Year's night, and could mention the majority of the riders by name. But I should not like to draw their enmity upon myself, for they don't like people to talk about their ride to Amak on quill pens. I've a kind of niece who is a fishwife, and who, as she tells me, supplies 3 respectable newspapers with the terms of abuse and vituperation they use. and she has herself been at Amek as an invited guest, but she was carried out thither, for she does not own a quill pen, nor can she ride. She has told me all about it. Half of what she said is not true, but the other half gives us information enough. When she was out there, the festivities began with a song. Each of the guests had written his own song, and each one sang his own song, for he thought that the best, and it was all one, all the same melody. Then those came marching up in little bands who are only busy with their mouths. There were ringing bells that rang alternately, and then came the little drummers that beat their tattoo in the family circle, and acquaintance was made with those who write without putting their names, which here means as much as using grease instead of patent blacking. And then there was the beadle with his boy, and the boy was worst off, for in general he gets no notice taken of him. Then, too, there was the good street sweeper with his cart, who turns over the dust bin and calls it good, very good, remarkably good. And in the midst of the pleasure that was afforded by the mere meeting of these folks, there shot up out of the great dirt heap at Amak a stem, a tree, an immense flower, a great mushroom, a perfect roof, which formed a sort of warehouse for the worthy company. For in it hung everything they had given to the world during the old year. Out of the tree poured sparks like flames of fire. These were the ideas and thoughts borrowed from others, which they had used, and which now got free and rushed away like so many fireworks. They played at The Stick Burns, and the young poets played at Heart Burns, and the witlings played off their jests, and the jests rolled away with a thundering sound, as if empty pots were being shattered against doors. It was very amusing, my niece said. In fact, she said many things that were very malicious, but very amusing, but I won't mention them, for a man must be good-natured and not a carping critic. But you will easily perceive that when a man once knows the rites of the journey to Amak, as I know them, it's quite natural that on the New Year's night, one should look out to see the wild chase go by. If in the new year I miss certain persons who used to be there, I am sure to notice others who are new arrivals. But this year, I omitted taking my look at the guests. I bowled away on the boulders, rolled back through millions of years, and saw the stones break loose high up in the north, saw them drifting about on icebergs long before Noah's Ark was constructed, saw them sink down to the bottom of the sea and reappear with a sandbank, with that one that peered forth from the flood and said, "This shall be Zealand." I saw them become the dwelling place of birds that are unknown to us, and then become the seat of wild chiefs of whom we know nothing, until with their axes they cut their runic signs into a few of these stones, which then came into the calendar of time. But as for me, I had gone quite beyond all lapse of time, and had become a cipher and a nothing. Then 3 or 4 beautiful falling stars came down, which cleared the air and gave my thoughts another direction. You know what a falling star is, do you not? The learned men are not at all clear about it. I have my own ideas about shooting stars, as the common people in many parts call them. And my idea is this: how often are silent thanksgivings offered up for one who has done a good and noble action? The thanks are often speechless, but they are not lost for all that. I think these thanks are caught up, and the sunbeams bring the silent, hidden thankfulness over the head of the benefactor. And if it be a whole people that has been expressing its gratitude through a long lapse of time, the thankfulness appears as a nosegay of flowers, and at length falls in the form of a shooting star over the good man's grave. I am always very much pleased when I see a shooting star, especially in the New Year's night, and then find out for whom the gift of gratitude was intended. Lately, a gleaming star fell in the southwest as a tribute of thanksgiving to many. Many, for whom was that star intended, thought I. It fell, no doubt, on the hill by the Bay of Plensburg, where the Dannebrog waves over the graves of Schleppegrell, Laszlos, and their comrades. One star also fell. In the midst of the land fell upon sorrow a flower on the grave of Holberg. The thanks of the year from a great many. Thanks for his charming plays. It is a great and pleasant thought to know that a shooting star falls upon our graves. On mine, certainly none will fall. No sunbeam brings thanks to me, for here there is nothing worthy of thanks. I shall not get the patent lacquer, said Ole, for my fate on earth is only Greece, after all. Second visit. It was New Year's Day, and I went up on the tower. Ole spoke of the toasts that were drunk on the transition from the old year into the new. from one grave into the other, as he said. And he told me a story about the glasses, and this story had a very deep meaning. It was this: when on the New Year's night the clock strikes 12, the people at the table rise up with full glasses in their hands and drain these glasses and drink success to the new year. They begin the year with the glass in their hands. That is a good beginning for drunkards. They begin the new year by going to bed, and that's a good beginning for drones. Sleep is sure to play a great part in the new year, and the glass likewise. Do you know what dwells in the glass? Asked Ole. I will tell you. There dwell in the glass first health, and then pleasure, then the most complete sensual delight, and misfortune and the bitterest woe dwell in the glass also. Now suppose we count the glasses. Of course, I count the different degrees in the glasses for different people. You see, the first glass, that's the glass of health, and in that the herb of health is found growing. Put it up on the beam in the ceiling, and at the end of the year, you may be sitting in the arbor of health. If you take the second glass from this, a little bird soars upward, twittering in guileless cheerfulness, so that a man may listen to his song and perhaps join in. Fair is life, no downcast looks. Take courage and march onward. Out of the third glass rises a little winged urchin, who cannot certainly be called an angel child, for there is goblin blood in his veins, and he has the spirit of a goblin, not wishing to hurt or harm you, indeed, but very ready to play off tricks upon you. He'll sit at your ear and whisper merry thoughts to you. He'll creep into your heart and warm you so that you grow very merry and become a wit, so far as the wits of the others can judge. In the fourth glass is neither herb bird nor urchin. In that glass is the pause drawn by reason, and one may never go beyond that sign. Take the fifth glass, and you will weep at yourself. You will feel such a deep emotion, or it will affect you in a different way. Out of the glass there will spring with a bang Prince Carnival 9 times and extravagantly merry. He'll draw you away with him. You'll forget your dignity, if you have any, and you'll forget more than you should or ought to forget. All is dance song and sound. The masks will carry you away with them, and the daughters of vanity, clad in silk and satin, will come with loose hair and alluring charms. But tear yourself away if you can. the sixth glass. Yes, in that glass sits a demon in the form of a little, well-dressed, attractive, and very fascinating man who thoroughly understands you, agrees with you in everything, and becomes quite a second self to you. He has a lantern with him to give you light as he accompanies you home. There is an old legend about a saint who was allowed to choose one of the 7 deadly sins, and who accordingly chose drunkenness, which appeared to him the least, but which led him to commit. The man's blood is mingled with that of the demon. It is the 6th glass, and with that the germ of all evil shoots up within us, and each one grows up with a strength like that of the grains of mustard seed, and shoots up into a tree, and spreads over the whole world, and most people have no choice but to go into the oven to be recast in a new form. That's the history of the glasses, said the Tower-Keeper Ole, and it can be told with lacquer or only with grease, but I give it you with both. Third visit. On this occasion, I chose the general moving day for my visit to Ole, for on that day it is anything but agreeable down in the streets in the town, for they are full of sweepings, shreds, and remnants of all sorts, to say nothing of the cast-off rubbish in which one has to wade about. But this time I happened to see 2 children playing in this wilderness of sweepings. They were playing at going to bed, for the occasion seemed especially favorable for this sport. They crept under the straw and drew an old bit of ragged curtain over themselves by way of coverlet. It was splendid, they said, but it was a little too strong for me, and besides, I was obliged to mount up on my visit to Ole. It's moving day today, he said. Streets and houses are like a dustbin, a large dustbin, but I'm content with a cartload. I may get something good out of that, and I really did get something good out of it once. Shortly after Christmas, I was going up the street. It was rough weather, wet and dirty, the right kind of weather to catch cold in. The dust man was there with his cart, which was full and looked like a sample of streets on moving day. At the back of the cart stood a fir tree, quite green still, and with tinsel on its twigs. It had been used on Christmas Eve, and now it was thrown out into the street, and the dust man had stood it up at the back of his cart. It was droll to look at, or you may say, It was mournful. All depends on what you think of when you see it. And I thought about it, and thought this and that of many things that were in the cart, or I might have done so, and that comes to the same thing. There was an old lady's glove, too. I wonder what that was thinking of. Shall I tell you? The glove was lying there, pointing with its little finger at the tree. I'm sorry for the tree, it thought. And I was also at the feast where the chandeliers glittered. My life was, so to speak, a ball night, a pressure of the hand, and I burst. My memory keeps dwelling upon that, and I have really nothing else to live for. This is what the glove thought, or what it might have thought. That's a stupid affair with yonder fir tree, said the potsherds. You see, potsherds think everything is stupid. When one is in the dust cart, they said, one ought not to give oneself airs and wear tinsel. I know that I have been useful in the world, far more useful than such a green stick. This was a view that might be taken, and I don't think it quite a peculiar one. But for all that, the fir tree looked very well. It was like a little poetry in the dust heap. And truly, there is dust enough in the streets on moving day. The way is difficult and troublesome then, and I feel obliged to run away out of the confusion. Or if I am on the tower, I stay there and look down, and it is amusing enough. There are the good people below playing at changing houses. They toil and tug away with their goods and chattels, and the household goblin sits in an old tub and moves with them. All the little griefs of the lodging and the family and the real cares and sorrows move with them out of the old dwelling into the new. And what gain is there for them or for us in the whole affair? Yes, there was written long ago the good old maxim, think on the great moving day of death. That is a serious thought. I hope it is not disagreeable to you that I should have touched upon it. Death is the most certain messenger, after all, in spite of his various occupations. Yes, death is the omnibus conductor, and he is the passport writer, and he countersigns our service book, and he is director of the savings bank of life. Do you understand me? All the deeds of our life, the great and the little alike, we put into this savings bank. And when death calls with his omnibus, and we have to step in and drive with him into the land of eternity, then on the frontier, he gives us our service book as a pass. As a provision for the journey, he takes this or that good deed we have done and lets it accompany us. And this may be very pleasant or very terrific. Nobody has ever escaped the omnibus journey. There is certainly a talk about one who was not allowed to go. They call him the Wandering Jew. He has to ride behind the omnibus. If he had been allowed to get in, he would have escaped the clutches of the poets. Just cast your mind's eye into that great omnibus. The society is mixed, for king and beggar, genius and idiot sit side by side. They must go without their property and money. They have only the service book and the gift out of the savings bank with them. But which of our deeds is selected and given to us? Perhaps quite a little one that we have forgotten, but which has been recorded, small as a pea, but the pea can send out a blooming shoot. The poor bumpkin who sat on a low stool in the corner and was jeered at and flouted will perhaps have his worn-out stool given him as a provision, and the stool may become a litter in the land of eternity and rise up then as a throne gleaming like gold and blooming as an arbor. He who always lounged about and drank the spiced draught of pleasure that he might forget the wild things he had done, here will have his barrel given to him on the journey, and will have to drink from it as they go on. And the drink is bright and clear, so that the thoughts remain pure, and all good and noble feelings are awakened, and he sees and feels what in life he could not or would not see. And then he has within him the punishment, the gnawing worm, which will not die through time, incalculable. If on the glasses there stood written oblivion, on the barrel remembrance is inscribed. When I read a good book, an historical work, I always think at last of the poetry of what I am reading, and of the omnibus of death and wonder, which of the hero's deeds death took out of the savings bank for him, and what provisions he got on the journey into eternity. There was once a French king. I have forgotten his name, for the names of good people are sometimes forgotten even by me, but it will come back someday. There was a king who during a famine became the benefactor of his people, and the people raised up to his memory a monument of snow with the inscription, "Quicker than this melts, didst thou bring help." I fancy that death looking back upon the monument, gave him a single snowflake as provision, a snowflake that never melts, and this flake floated over his royal head like a white butterfly into the land of eternity. Thus, too, there was Louis the 11th. I have remembered his name, for one remembers what is bad. A trait of him often comes into my thoughts, and I wish one could say the story is not true. He had his Lord High Constable executed, and he could execute him right or wrong. But he had the innocent children of the constable, one 7 and the other 8 years old, placed under the scaffold, so that the warm blood of their father spurted over them, and then he had them sent to the Bastille and shut up in iron cages, where not even a coverlet was given them to protect them from the cold. And King Louis sent the executioner to them every week, and had a tooth pulled out of the head of each, that they might not be too comfortable. And the elder of the boys said, "My mother would die of grief if she knew that my younger brother had to suffer so cruelly. Therefore, pull out 2 of my teeth and spare him." The tears came into the hangman's eyes, but the king's will was stronger than the tears. And every week, 2 little teeth were brought to him on a silver plate. He had demanded them, and he had them. I fancy that death took these 2 teeth out of the savings bank of life and gave them to Louis the 11th to carry with him on the great journey into the land of immortality. They fly before him like 2 flames of fire. They shine and burn, and they bite him, the innocent children's teeth. Yes, that's a serious journey. The omnibus ride on the great moving day. And when is it to be undertaken? That's just the serious part of it. Any day, any hour, any minute, the omnibus may draw up. Which of our deeds will death take out of the savings bank and give to us as provision? Let us think of the moving day that is not marked in the calendar. The girl who trod on the loaf. There was once a girl who trod on a loaf to avoid soiling her shoes, and the misfortunes that happened to her in consequence are well known. Her name was Ing. She was a poor child, but proud and presuming, and with a bad and cruel disposition. When quite a little child, she would delight in catching flies and tearing off their wings so as to make creeping things of them. When older, she would take cockchafers and beetles and stick pins through them. Then she pushed a green leaf or a little scrap of paper towards their feet, and when the poor creatures would seize it and hold it fast and turn over and over in their struggles to get free from the pin, she would say, "The cockchafer is reading. See how he turns over the leaf." She grew worse instead of better with years, and unfortunately, she was pretty, which caused her to be excused when she should have been sharply reproved. "Your headstrong will require severity to conquer it," her mother often said to her. "As a little child, you used to trample on my apron, but one day I fear you will trample on my heart." And alas, this fear was realized. Inga was taken to the house of some rich people who lived at a distance and who treated her as their own child, and dressed her so fine that her pride and arrogance increased. When she had been there about a year, her patroness said to her, "You ought to go for once and see your parents, Ing." So Inga started to go and visit her parents. But she only wanted to show herself in her native place, that the people might see how fine she was. She reached the entrance of the village and saw the young laboring men and maidens standing together, chatting, and her own mother amongst them. Inga's mother was sitting on a stone to rest with a fagot of sticks lying before her, which she had picked up in the wood. Then Ing turned back. She who was so finely dressed, she felt ashamed of her mother, a poorly clad woman who picked up wood in the forest. She did not turn back out of pity for her mother's poverty, but from pride. Another half-year went by, and her mistress said, "You ought to go home again and visit your parents. Ing and I will give you a large wheaten loaf to take to them. They will be glad to see you, I am sure." So Inga put on her best clothes and her new shoes, drew her dress up around her, and set out, stepping very carefully that she might be clean and neat about the feet. And there was nothing wrong in doing so. But when she came to the place where the footpath led across the moor, she found small pools of water and a great deal of mud. So she threw the loaf into the mud and trod upon it, that she might pass without wetting her feet. But as she stood with one foot on the loaf and the other lifted up to step forward, the loaf began to sink under her lower and lower till she disappeared altogether, and only a few bubbles on the surface of the muddy pool remained to show where she had sunk. And this is the story. But where did Inga go? She sank into the ground and went down to the marsh woman, who is always brewing there. The marsh woman is related to the elf maidens, who are well known for songs are sung and pictures painted about them. But of the marsh woman, nothing is known, excepting that when a mist arises from the meadows in summertime, it is because she is brewing beneath them. To the marsh woman's brewery, Ing sunk down to a place which no one can endure for long. A heap of mud is a palace compared with the marsh woman's brewery, and as Ing fell, she shuddered in every limb, and soon became cold and stiff as marble. Her foot was still fastened to the loaf, which bowed her down as a golden ear of corn bends the stem. An evil spirit soon took possession of Ing and carried her to a still worse place, in which she saw crowds of unhappy people waiting in a state of agony for the gates of mercy to be opened to them. And in every heart was a miserable and eternal feeling of unrest. It would take too much time to describe the various tortures these people suffered, but Inga's punishment consisted in standing there as a statue with her foot fastened to the loaf. She could move her eyes about and see all the misery around her, but she could not turn her head. And when she saw the people looking at her, she thought they were admiring her pretty face and fine clothes, for she was still vain and proud. But she had forgotten how soiled her clothes had become while in the marsh woman's brewery, and that they were covered with mud. A snake had also fastened itself in her hair and hung down her back, while from each fold in her dress a great toad peeped out and croaked like an asthmatic poodle. Worse than all was the terrible hunger that tormented her, and she could not stoop to break off a piece of the loaf on which she stood. No, her back was too stiff, and her whole body like a pillar of stone. And then came creeping over her face and eyes, flies without wings. She winked and blinked, but they could not fly away, for their wings had been pulled off. This added to the hunger she felt was horrible torture. "If this lasts much longer," she said, "I shall not be able to bear it." But it did last, and she had to bear it without being able to help herself. A tear followed by many scalding tears fell upon her head and rolled over her face and neck down to the loaf on which she stood. Who could be weeping for Ing? She had a mother in the world still, and the tears of sorrow which a mother sheds for her child will always find their way to the child's heart, but they often increase the torment instead of being a relief. And Ing could hear all that was said about her in the world she had left, and everyone seemed cruel to her. The sin she had committed in treading on the loaf was known on earth, for she had been seen by the cowherd from the hill when she was crossing the marsh, and had disappeared when her mother wept and exclaimed, "Ah, Inga, what grief thou hast caused thy mother." She would say, "Oh, that I had never been born. My mother's tears are useless now." And then the words of the kind people who had adopted her came to her ears when they said Inga was a sinful girl who did not value the gifts of God, but trampled them under her feet. "Ah," thought Inga, "they should have punished me and driven all my naughty tempers out of me." A song was made about the girl who trod on a loaf to keep her shoes from being soiled. And this song was sung everywhere. The story of her sin was also told to the little children, and they called her Wicked Ing, and said she was so naughty that she ought to be punished. Ing heard all this, and her heart became hardened and full of bitterness. But one day, while hunger and grief were gnawing in her hollow frame, she heard a little innocent child, while listening to the tale of the vain, haughty Ing, burst into tears and exclaim, "But will she never come up again?" And she heard the reply, "No, she will never come up again." But if she were to say she was sorry, and ask pardon, and promise never to do so again, asked the little one. Yes, then she might come, but she will not beg pardon, was the answer. "Oh, I wish she would," said the child, who was quite unhappy about it. "I should be so glad. I would give up my doll and all my playthings if she could only come here again. Poor Ing, it is so dreadful for her." These pitying words penetrated to Inga's inmost heart and seemed to do her good. It was the first time anyone had said, "Poor Ing," without saying something about her faults. A little innocent child was weeping and praying for mercy for her. It made her feel quite strange, and she would gladly have wept herself, and it added to her torment to find she could not do so. And while she thus suffered in a place where nothing changed, years passed away on earth, and she heard her name less frequently mentioned. But one day, a sigh reached her ear, and the words, "Inga, Inga, what a grief thou hast been to me. I said it would be so." It was the last sigh of her dying mother. After this, Ing heard her kind mistress say, "Ah, poor Ing, shall I ever see thee again? Perhaps I may, for we know not what may happen in the future." But Ing knew right well that her mistress would never come to that dreadful place. Time passed, a long, bitter time. Then Ing heard her name pronounced once more and saw what seemed two bright stars shining above her. They were two gentle eyes closing on earth. Many years had passed since the little girl had lamented and wept about poor Ing. That child was now an old woman whom God was taking to himself. In the last hour of existence, the events of a whole life often appear before us. And this hour, the old woman remembered how when a child she had shed tears over the story of Inga, and she prayed for her now. As the eyes of the old woman closed to earth, the eyes of the soul opened upon the hidden things of eternity. And then she in whose last thoughts Inga had been so vividly present saw how deeply the poor girl had sunk. She burst into tears at the sight, and in heaven, as she had done when a little child on earth, she wept and prayed for poor Ing. Her tears and her prayers echoed through the dark void that surrounded the tormented captive soul, and the unexpected mercy was obtained for it through an angel's tears. As in thought, Inge seemed to act over again. Every sin she had committed on earth, she trembled, and tears she had never yet been able to weep rushed to her eyes. It seemed impossible that the gates of mercy could ever be opened to her. But while she acknowledged this in deep penitence, a beam of radiant light shot suddenly into the depths upon her, more powerful than the sunbeam that dissolves the man of snow, which the children have raised more quickly than the snowflake melts and becomes a drop of water on the warm lips of a child. Was the stony form of Ing changed, and as a little bird, she soared with the speed of lightning upward to the world of mortals. A bird that felt timid and shy to all things around it, that seemed to shrink with shame from meeting any living creature, and hurriedly sought to conceal itself in a dark corner of an old ruined wall. There it sat, cowering and unable to utter a sound, for it was voiceless. Yet how quickly the little bird discovered the beauty of everything around it. The sweet, fresh air, the soft radiance of the moon as its light spread over the earth, the fragrance which exhaled from bush and tree made it feel happy as it sat there, clothed in its fresh, bright plumage. All creation seemed to speak of beneficence and love. The bird wanted to give utterance to thoughts that stirred in his breast, as the cuckoo and the nightingale in the spring, but it could not. Yet in heaven can be heard the song of praise even from a worm, and the notes trembling in the breast of the bird were as audible to heaven even as the Psalms of David before they had fashioned themselves into words and song. Christmas time drew near, and a peasant who dwelt close by the old wall stuck up a pole with some ears of corn fastened to the top, that the birds of heaven might have feast and rejoice in the happy, blessed time. And on Christmas morning, the sun arose and shone upon the ears of corn, which were quickly surrounded by a number of twittering birds. Then, from a hole in the wall, gushed forth in song the swelling thoughts of the bird as he issued from his hiding place to perform his first good deed on earth. And in heaven it was well known who that bird was. The winter was very hard. The ponds were covered with ice, and there was very little food for either the beasts of the field or the birds of the air. Our little bird flew away into the public roads and found here and there in the ruts of the sledges a grain of corn, and at the halting places some crumbs. Of these he ate only a few, but he called around him the other birds and the hungry sparrows, that they too might have food. He flew into the towns and looked about, and wherever a kind hand had strewed bread on the window-sill for the birds, he only ate a single crumb himself, and gave all the rest to the rest of the other birds. In the course of the winter, the bird had in this way collected many crumbs and given them to other birds till they equaled the weight of the loaf on which Ing had trod to keep her shoes clean. And when the last breadcrumb had been found, and given, the gray wings of the bird became white and spread themselves out for flight. "See, yonder is a seagull," cried the children when they saw the white bird as it dived into the sea and rose again into the clear sunlight, white and glittering. But no one could tell whither it went then, although some declared it flew straight to the sun. The child in the grave. It was a day clothed in sorrow, a day when every room in the house seemed dimmed, though the sun still shone beyond the windows. Silence lay heavy over the hearth. Even the ticking of the clock sounded like the echo of grief. For death had entered that home and taken away the youngest child, a boy of 4 fair and gentle, the light and laughter of the family, the promise of all their joy to come. He had been the father's pride, the mother's soul, the very pulse of their happiness. Now the cradle was empty, and his small voice, once ringing with laughter, was still. 2 daughters remained both good and tender-hearted, the elder soon to be confirmed, the younger still full of childhood's innocence. Yet to human hearts, the one who has been taken is always the dearest. And when that child is the youngest, when it is a son, his absence feels like a wound that never closes. The sisters wept as children weep, suddenly deeply, then silently. Yet their sorrow was doubled when they saw the desolation in their parents' eyes. The father bore his grief with bowed head and trembling lips. He struggled to stand upright beneath the invisible weight that pressed upon him. But the mother, the mother, was crushed beneath it. She had watched over her little one day and night, holding him close to her breast, as if her own heartbeat could sustain his failing life. Even when his breath grew faint, she had whispered prayers that trembled with faith. God will not take him. God knows I cannot live without him. When at last death came, when no prayer could recall the spirit that had flown, her heart broke under the certainty. It is not God who has done this, she cried in her fevered despair. It is cruel spirits upon the earth who act in his name, but know not mercy. And so her faith, once bright as a candle, flickered and went out. Her mind wandered into dark places where doubt whispered that man is but dust, that when life ceases, all ends. Yet those thoughts gave her no rest. They were hollow as tombs offering no ground to stand upon. She sank instead into the blackness of despair, a sorrow too deep for tears. Days passed. She moved through the house like one who walked in a dream. Her daughters spoke softly, hoping to reach her. Her husband laid his trembling hand upon her brow, but she neither heard nor felt. All her being lived in the memory of the little one, his voice, his steps, the soft weight of him asleep against her shoulder. She had no eyes for the living. Her soul followed the dead. At last, the day of the funeral arrived. For many nights, she had not slept, her body trembling under the burden of grief. But when morning came, a pale morning veiled in mist, she fell into a heavy slumber. While she slept, they brought the small coffin into another room and nailed down the lid so that she might not hear the cruel blows of the hammer. When she awoke and asked for her child, the father's voice broke as he said, "The coffin is closed, my dear. It had to be done." She looked at him with eyes that held no tears left to shed. "If heaven is so hard," she whispered, "how can I look for kindness among men?" That evening, the coffin was borne away to the churchyard, and the mother sat by the hearth with her daughters beside her. Their hands rested in hers, but she did not feel their touch. Her gaze was distant, fixed beyond the walls, beyond the world. Grief tossed her like a ship without sail or compass upon a stormy sea. So the day ended, and other days followed, gray heavy and alike. The husband prayed, the daughters wept, but no word of comfort found its way to her heart. Sleep, which would have been a balm, fled from her eyes. When at last she lay down, she lay as one, lifeless, her face as still as marble. Then one night, as her husband watched beside her, he thought he heard the deep, even breathing of rest. Believing she had at last found sleep, he folded his hands in prayer and himself drifted into slumber. But she, poor soul, rose softly, put on her cloak, and glided from the house. Her feet carried her where her heart had long been, waiting to the grave of her child. It was a still September night. Stars trembled like tears in the sky, and the air was cool and sweet. The churchyard lay silvered in moonlight, the graves like islands of shadow amid the grass. She passed unseen through the gate and came to the small mound where flowers still bloomed fresh and fragrant. She sank beside it, laying her cheek against the earth as though she could feel his warmth beneath. His smile seemed to glimmer before her. His eyes, so gentle even in suffering, shone in her memory. How clearly she saw the moment when his small hand had grown too weak to lift when she had pressed it against her heart and whispered, "Stay with me." Now she sat, as she once had by his bedside, but the cold earth divided them. Then a voice spoke beside her, deep, clear, and solemn, a voice that seemed to echo both from within and from the heavens. "Thou wouldst go down to thy child," it said. She lifted her head in terror. A tall figure stood near, wrapped in a black cloak, the hood drawn low. Yet beneath its shadow, she saw a face stern, yet luminous, youthful, and full of an unearthly calm. "Down to my child," she murmured. "Oh, if I might go." "Darest thou follow me?" said the figure. "I am death." She bowed her head in silence. The stars grew brighter, their light spilling over the grave like liquid silver. The earth seemed to part and open beneath her as the cloak of the stranger enveloped her. Darkness fell, not the darkness of night, but the stillness of death itself. Down, down she sank, deeper than any spade could reach, until the churchyard above her was only a shadowed roof. When at last the cloak was lifted, she stood within a vast hall filled with soft twilight. A tremor of awe passed through her. Then she saw him, her child, smiling, radiant, more beautiful than ever. With a cry, she gathered him to her heart. Music floated around them, a sound so pure and heavenly that her spirit quivered with wonder. From beyond a dark curtain came the harmonies of eternity, swelling and subsiding like a living breath. "My sweet mother," said the child's voice, gentle as before. "Mother, it is beautiful here. Look, do you not see?" He pointed toward the curtain, but her mortal eyes beheld only shadow. She could hear the music, but not the word within the song, the divine meaning her heart had lost. She pressed him close and wept. "I can fly now, mother," he whispered. "I fly with other happy children before the throne of God. But if you grieve for me as you do now, you will never see me again. May I go, mother? You will come soon, will you not? Stay yet a little while," she pleaded. "Let me look upon you once more. Let me hold you again, my darling." She covered him with kisses, trembling between joy and agony. Then, far above, she heard her own name called a plaintive human cry. "Do you hear?" said the child. "It is my father calling." And those sobs, do you not know them? They are my sisters. Mother, have you forgotten them? Her heart shuddered. She looked around. Dim forms drifted past, moving toward the dark curtain, vanishing beyond. Would her husband, her daughters pass that way too? Their voices still rose from the world above. In her longing for the dead, she had nearly forsaken the living. Mother said, the child softly, the bells of heaven are ringing, the sun is rising. A flood of light broke through the darkness. The child faded from her arms, and she felt herself borne upward. Cold air brushed her face. She opened her eyes and saw the gray dawn. She was lying upon the grave of her child, the dew like tears upon her hands. Then she knew the Lord had visited her in a dream to lead her heart back from the shadow of death to the light of the living. She knelt and prayed her tears, this time not of despair, but repentance. Forgive me, O God, she whispered. I would have kept a soul from its flight to thee. I forgot those still in my care. When she rose, her heart was lighter. The first rays of the sun broke through the clouds. A little bird sang from the church spire. The bells began to ring for morning prayer. All seemed holy around her, and her soul was calm. She felt again that faith which sorrow had stolen from her. When she returned home, she bent over her husband, who still slept. Her kiss woke him, and he saw peace upon her face. Whence comes this strength? He asked. What has renewed your heart so suddenly? She smiled through her tears, gathering her daughters to her arms. It came from God, she said softly, through our child in the grave. And from that day forth, her faith was steadfast. Whatever sorrow the Lord might send, she bore it with the words always upon her lips. Whatever he doeth is right and best. The farmyard cock and the weathercock in a quiet countryside yard, where the sun gilded every straw and every feather glowed with morning pride, there lived two cocks, one who ruled the dunghill, and another who perched upon the rooftop vane. Each believed himself the truest emblem of greatness. The one on the roof turned with every wind, gazing out over meadows and chimneys, proud of his height. The one on the dunghill strutted among hens and chicks, king of the lowly, but adored by all who clucked beneath him. And as fate will have it, they both imagined themselves indispensable. Between their two domains stood a row of planks, a fence not high, but proud enough to mark one world from another. Beyond that fence, in the second yard, the air was thick with the smell of earth and straw. Here lay a large cucumber plant rising from the very heart of the dunghill, fed by decay, yet reaching for the light. it had grown broad and glossy, and like all creatures born to comfort it, held lofty opinions of its own importance. One is born to greatness, murmured the cucumber to itself. Not every seed may awaken in such rich soil. Some grow wild among stones or drown in puddles, but I am cultivated. See how the sun polishes me, how the dew worships me. The world beyond this fence may be full of feathers and noise, but surely I am the most refined of beings. The cucumber often listened to the sounds of the neighboring yard, the clatter of wings, the cackling of hens, and above all, the clarion call of the yard cock, who ruled that small kingdom. To the cucumber, he was a marvel of majesty. How splendidly he crows it. Sighed. What rhythm in his step. What fire in his voice. He is the very embodiment of command. That other one, the silent weathercock high upon the roof, what does he know of life? He turns this way and that, at the whim of the wind, and never crows a single note of his own. He gleams, yes, but with borrowed light. The true cock is the one below, whose voice shakes the dawn, and whose feathers glisten with the dust of the earth. Oh, if only he would notice me, if he were to devour me, stalk blossom, and all, I would consider it a glorious ending to live again within so noble a creature. Thus dreamed the cucumber, and thus the day passed. That night, the heavens broke open. A storm rolled across the valley, roaring like an army of unseen beasts. Rain lashed the yard. Lightning split the clouds, and wind tore at every roof tile and shutter. Hens huddled together. Chicks chirped in terror beneath their mother's wings. Even the bold yard cock sought shelter behind the trough. The planks dividing the 2 yards shook, groaned, and finally crashed to the ground, leaving nothing but a heap of splinters between the dunghill and the garden. Yet the weathercock on the roof stood unmoved. Though the wind howled and the rain lashed him, till his metal skin shone green with wet, he did not turn, for his axis had rusted fast. He was newly cast, proud of his youth, and already wise in the ways of solitude. Let the tempest rage, he thought. The world below scurries like frightened mice. I remain steadfast, elevated above the folly of feathers and mud. He looked down upon the real birds the sparrows darting in panic, the swallows twisting through the storm, and he despised them. They were too restless, too common. He respected only the pigeons whose white wings reminded him vaguely of himself, though, truth be told, he found even them tiresome. They spoke only of food, of grain, and nesting, and their conversation was dull. Once travelers' storks and wild geese had stopped by his roof, bringing tales of distant lands, of deserts and frozen seas, of thieves and kings. At first, he had listened fascinated, but their stories, he discovered, were always the same. Adventure repeated becomes mere chatter. The world said the weathercock at last is an empty echo. Everything repeats itself. Everything turns in circles, and all is stupid. He grew more puffed up than ever, filled with a pride that no one could see, which is the most dangerous kind. When dawn came, the storm had passed. The sun peered through the mist, glinting off broken tiles and wet feathers. The planks were gone, and the 2 yards were now 1. The yard cock stepped out proudly, shaking the raindrops from his comb as though they were jewels. "Did you hear my crowing last night?" he demanded of the hens. It pierced the very heart of the storm. True, it lacked a touch of elegance, but strength. Strength makes music of its own. The hens clucked in admiration. They adored him. They always did. One cannot reason with admiration. It clucks whether the song is wise or foolish. The chicks followed close behind, tripping over their tiny feet, eager to imitate every move of their shining hero. When the cock mounted the dunghill, the cucumber trembled with joy. He stood there, radiant in his green pride. And when the cock's beak struck into his tender flesh, he could only whisper, "A happy death." Oh, a happy death. The hens crowded around, pecking and chattering, for wherever the lord of the yard went, his court followed. "Garden plant," said the cock between mouthfuls, for he liked to show his learning. A creature of the hotbed, a noble vegetable indeed, but he forgot himself in his feast, and the poor cucumber vanished under the strokes of admiration. Then, puffing up his breast, the yard cock turned to his little crowd and proclaimed, "Listen well, hens and chicks. The world shall know of me. I shall crow in such a way that even the distant roofs will echo my song. At my call, chicks will grow into hens in a single day." And he crowed with all his might. The hens fluttered and the chicks squealed with delight. Their hearts swelled with pride, for what greater honor than to belong to such a champion of cocks. When the noise reached the rooftop, even the weathercock heard it. He listened to the boasting below, but did not stir. A cock that claims he can lay eggs, he muttered, is no more foolish than a world that believes him. Everything is vanity. He crows. I am silent. He struts in the mud. I rust in solitude. Perhaps I, too, could lay something a wind egg light as air. But why should I? The world does not deserve even that. And with a proud little creak, the weathercock snapped from his post and fell tumbling from the roof into the mud below. The hens shrieked. They thought he had meant to strike their master dead. But the yard cock merely fluffed his feathers and crowed again. Let that be a lesson, said he. Better to crow your own song, even if it's foolish, than to sit puffed up until you break. Moral. Better a living pride that crows even if vain than a cold pride that stiffens in silence and falls. For the wind forgets both in time, but at least the song is heard before it dies.